Okay, we are back. After a short intermission, we're doing 2 back-to-back. For those of you who didn't take the intermission as an opportunity to duck out for the night, seeing as it is currently 1 a.m., welcome back and thank you for tuning back in. I'm actually grateful to have more company than I thought on this journey. Again, I said this before, but I mean, we were doing this to upload it to YouTube by request to the people who were saying like, "Oh, I'd love to see your live reactions to the story, but you kind of want to see the story for myself." I did not expect I would have much company doing it. So for those of you who have pulled ahead of me as I take my time and feel safe, kind of checking in and following along, thank you. Thank you for the company. It means a lot. So where we're at right now is we just wrapped up from the Tower of Zot all the way to being told that they're going to ship us off to Garlemald for a direct strike rather than have us take down the towers one at a time. That is very, very exciting. Hopefully we'll get to see our allies doing some fun stuff too. All right, let's just see where we end up in Garlemald. I've also realized that one of the things that I need to research about streaming is what are like the stream safe foods, because I'm like going through and I'm looking at all my snacks and they're all going to involve crunch and directly into the mic. Seems like a bad idea. Smoothie, good idea. Right, then I can run the blender during the intermissions. All right, after all this time, we're going to Elzabard. So, unfortunately, Gaius does not want to come with us. His take is either people will believe that he killed Varys and blame him for plunging Garlemald into chaos, or they'll not believe it and celebrate his return and try to make him a leader because he was once a legatus. And either way, it's going to put us in jeopardy. So he's going to stay here, which is interesting because they originally planned on Gaius being our Estinian for Garlemald. He was going to be the one who was going to kind of see us through the situation and introduce us to everything and let us wander around together. That's not going to happen. That role is now going to Maxima. And I remember when I used to think about the war on Garlemald, if we were going to fight it, that was always kind of what I wanted Gaius to be, was public frenemy number one. I wanted him kind of mopping up alongside of us, turning legions against the capital. And I guess we're not going to get that. I guess we're not going to get anything even close to that. Ah, cool. Tiamat still kicking ass. Ooh, mystery box.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine?
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Well, this is awesome. Okay, so a lot of the main characters are busy, and a lot of the other people just didn't want to go help Garlemald, but that leaves us with a room full of all of the underdogs and misfits that I love from all the stories. So, I'm stoked. Plus we got Alcazolca, how can we lose? Classic Amon. Damn, that's dark. Please, Emmanuel, please introduce yourself to Sadu. Please. I want these emotes. Stand around, admiring weapon. I did finally get bread though. Bread and pipeweed were the two big emotes that I wanted. I just wish that we could make more of them, like persistent. Oh, hello again, Toy Christopher. What a bread emote. Hold on. VIP. You should be able to speak now, I believe. Oh wait, this seems important. Hold on, let me start that over. Yeah, Grandma's right about like everything. What'd she say? 2 suns, 1 red, 1 black. The world fell to ruin. Where do we get bread? I forgot where I got bread. Hold on. Garland tools. Bread. Skybuilder scripts, that sounds right. Blue, you should also be free to use more than emotes, I think. I think both of you should be now. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. You may have to refresh the browser to get out of the emote jail. Well, if you like being in emote jail, I can hit the button again, or you can just only send emotes and pretend you're still in the emote jail. The goal is pretty much just to prevent drive-by spoiling. I understand that there's like a tiny risk, I guess, that someone will invest enough time to get me to VIP them so they can talk just to ruin something for me, but I like to have a little faith in humanity. reckon the talismans will be worth a gill or two when this is all over. Respect the hustle, Sickard. I have a feeling that whatever's going on, Limbs is going to be a big part of it in the future. Everything seems to be freeing them up on all fronts. Though Sickard brings up a good point, not having Mistbeard here could be considered a loss. I also really like the name they gave this group, the Ilzabard Contingent. That's either like a group of famous heroes or a doomed expedition if I ever heard one. That's a name for history books. Everybody. In a warm coat, no less. Nope, not doomed expedition after all. We're saved. Is this the gift box? I like that little knife on her back. Ready for ankle shanking. Definitely gonna be part of the expansion glamour sets I make later. I try to come up with like a glamour set for each part of the story. Fun to weave that one into it. Oh, sick. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, damn, it doesn't die. I've been trying to get a dyeable design of the summoner version of this book for Scholar forever. And then I probably can't. Okay, how far am I from a thing? Okay. Be right back. There we are. Much better. The things we do in the name of glamour. The Ixion weather hit. This is the Ixion weather, right? Hit it just the right time. I think this is the first time I've gotten one of these warnings, and there have been some pretty long spans of cutscenes, so this one must be pretty long.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Was the plan.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Ooh, cool roleplay section. Okay. I've got a running shitpost that everything about Thancred and Y'shtola makes more sense if you assume they dated for one summer when they were like 16, 17. It went horribly wrong and no one's willing to bring it up. Every interaction they have makes more sense. And I'm going to put a mile marker here in that shitpost theory, because every time Thancred and dating comes up lately, it's just always that he's over 30 in a Final Fantasy game, so he's over the hill. He's an old man. And here he is making double entendres about Y'shtola. Wait, do I have my... Wait, what are my skills here? I don't tank. Bewilderment bomb. Guess this is guard dogs only. Defense. Stealth. Wait. Yeah, stealth. Assassinate. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm gonna mess this up 2 or 3 times, just so you know. Fun. No finer details. Commence!
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have
Oh,
one
what?
shot at this.
He's got
so
a
let's
sprite.
make it count.
Okay. Going off on my own. Oh. Whoops.
7 hells.
I just noticed he doesn't have a healing spell on him, does he? Are any of these hits drains? Okay. Keep playing with the abilities. Bonk. Oh, that looks like he's gonna get back up. Bonk.
7 hells.
Okay. So yeah, usually at the beginning what I do is, I mean, they probably expect you to fail a few of them, so that's when I tend to test everything. Bonk. Like they've gone out of their way to differentiate the way the scenery reacts in the snow a little bit from Kurthus. Everything is very, very reflective here. Anything silver is very bright. Looks really good. Can I get every one of them? Now, do none of these skills work on Magitech? No effect on Magitech. Avoids Magitech, avoid Magic. I guess I just gotta deal with the Magitech. Please go away. Oh geez, another one. That's annoying. Aha. Okay. Bonk. Behind us? Maybe we just ignore them for the moment. Bonk.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I really like the Magitech slasher model. I want one. Bonk. Ooh, what? Let's get you out of the way first. Bonk. I'm not sure what the pattern is here yet. A lot going on, so I'm just gonna take everybody out. Bonk. Ooh. Bonk. I don't like that slasher. It walks and then it runs. That one's gonna get me. Where did it even go? Bonk. Smoke. Oh, oh damn! Shit, spotted. Well, that frees up a little room. I get the dude first, and then the dog. Bonk. 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 Oh, they can.
Must be losing my touch.
I wonder what the solution is for this one. Do they get by with like no fights? I guess you would smoke bomb like the edge of the dog so you don't hit the dude. Uh-oh, my threat awareness is at 71. Shouldn't have messed around so much in the beginning. Oh, hell yeah. Bonk. Bonk. Hey, Rustic.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Uh-oh.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
Oh, I get one of my own. What's everybody doing? It didn't look like.
But stay alert.
It didn't look like Nerva was with that group, which leads me to wonder if the blue-haired dude in the previews is Nerva or Nerva's kid. Oh, I just get to focus on my carriage? Oh, no I don't. Okay.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Really went all out with his voice.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Oh wow, I didn't even have AOS this whole time. Sweet.
You lot alright back there?
We're fine, and ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Yeah. Get him, little son.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
I really like these sprites. We should have these all the time.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Nice shot, Pippin. I want to go back and see how similar, if I'm trying to remember what the attack looked like when Raubon used it at the Grand Melee.
That's her! Vigilia!
Coculum.
Do not fall behind!
Loving that spear.
Is everyone all right?
Kneel or die!
Oh, that's actually good news.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air! A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was
I
the
love my
last of
band
them.
of misfits.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Next stop, Howl's Murder Castle.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
So there was a Solus before him.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Camp broken glass. There are people I know here. Oh, wow. This place looks like it's going to stick around. Okay. Well, that felt like an invasion. That was satisfying. Except now that we're setting up a camp, that can only mean one thing. People are slowing down. There's tasks to do. We about to get side quested.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Only 2 so far. Tents donated by Lord Lolorito. Killing bears. Sure. What does my compass look like here? Oh, hello. I see a couple people that are like first time chatters are still in emote mode. So feels like it's time to explain again that we're doing this in emote only mode just to prevent kind of drive-by spoilers from people who are also doing the MSQ. If you plan on sticking around and actually want to engage with us, you can click the Discord link that's in the info below the video. And just be like, hey, I'm here, I want to watch, I want to talk. And I will just throw VIP mode on and you can do that. But no pressure. If you just want to hang out and use the most, that's fine too. Oh, prepare. Ludicrously menacing there. Oh. That did not trap us in any prolonged side quest hell at all. Yet. Quests are still in 82 and we're in 84, staying well ahead of the curve. Uh-oh, they're gonna let Manolane help search for survivors. Let's see what his enthusiastic ideas get us into trouble with this time. So we do believe we've spotted the survivor, and we're just kind of taking his word for it, which seems like a mistake. Well. Oh no, is this another follow the NPC quest? I am subpar. Actually, I've been wondering, what do we just focus target? There, problem solved maybe? Stay just close enough to keep her name on. Oh, jeez. Just running. Oh, I was not behind the tree. I was not behind the tree! Ah, Beans. I tagged you, Remy, but you may need to reboot the browser or refresh your browser. Sometimes it doesn't like to do it on the first try. Ah, gosh. Note to self. Playing a small character has drawbacks. Success! Nobody here but us trees. She's gonna cheese it. Behind the tree this time. We don't just run into it until we pop out the other side. We stand behind the tree. They're all depending on me. Oh, don't pull on my heartstrings. Bit of a jog. Victor's spoils. Oh, spooky 1.0 music. Spooky music ended a little too abruptly. Something about you ain't quite right. Like a mean stare. What is that? Is that a radio? It's totally a radio. Sick crystal radio. And it glows purple. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I want one for my room. There's little bits of the Garlean theme in the piano song. It sounds ever so slightly less like the Imperial March when it's in this, like, lounge format. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Emanaline. It is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing, and more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. That's terrible. I felt like I was doing a good deed a moment ago. You gotta stop saying all's well, dude. You creep me out. All is not well. Something's off. More references to Corvus. Corvus has played such a large role in the lore of this one. Ooh. Well then. That is an interesting theory. This is eerie. This is unsettling. This radio's here on purpose. And the girl's not here. The one with the weird stare. I don't like this at all. How did you survive? No. Take it back. Drink the test thing. Actually, she's very pretty. I wonder if this is like a combination of features that you can build in the character creator, or if it's new. Would I go alone? And I leave my friend with the Gundam funnels here. Can I jump up there from here? No? Okay. This song's pretty haunting too. But this one would be good at a piano concert. Ooh. Right. Consider me intimidated. That weird high-pitched sound keeps throwing me off. It sounds like one of the Void Sent from the 2.0 era. Or no, it sounds a little like the Siren song. That's what I think it is. Oh, that was Artemis. That sound came out of nowhere. Bad. Y'all are still okay, right? And you're alive? Oh no. Ooh, uh-oh. This is a mana lane spell? Yeah, I was right to leave Mr. Gundam funnels here, but So far, not as bad as I was expecting. Big searcher. In the outer ring, it looks like. Bring it in a little bit. Is that the bottle again? Wait a minute, I don't think this was here. I'm gonna put the radio. What? Aiding. Somehow I doubt it. Uh-oh.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
I was getting creepy vibes off them the whole time, and you're telling me this was just sad?
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Sale callbacks. Oh, ominous. What? Two graves? Alpha and Alias stand next to each other. I expected that quest line to be creepy, not sad. I expected something really fucked up. Not to say that wasn't a little fucked up. Okay, before we start this one, I'm going to take a quick stretch break. I'm not going to stop the video this time. I think we've still got room for some more content here, but I'm gonna take a stretch, refill my hydration. If it's been a while since you've stretched or hydrated, I encourage you to do the same. I'll be back in 3-5 minutes. Content. But yes, I'll be right back. Okay, got in a stretch, got some provisions. Still trying to process that quest though. Like, all of the vibes I got off of that quest were like some Tesleen shit was about to go down. It was just sad. I do like that question though. What if we're only making things worse? Now, in this quest, we appear to have the Nerva or Nerva's family figure. Let's do it. Wait, is that a... It's a content emote. Side quests, no. I was very interested. Always gotta delay the thing I'm interested in for the side quests. Otherwise, I will never do them. I will say, I'll come back, and I will do them on another job, and I won't. It'll be the lead up to the next expansion, and I'll be coming out here like, oh, I had 2 years to do it, I did nothing. Exactly, Worm, you get it. Every time I say that, people are like, no, I really do come back on my alt job. I don't. Maybe I intend to. I come back and I do maybe 1 or 2 quests, and then I look at the pittance of EXP that gave me aside from, like, compared to anything else I could do. And I just stop. But once I started forcing myself to do them, like holding the MSQ hostage for myself, I noticed that doing the side quests in real time actually feels really nice because they feel like they're calibrated for the situation that you're in when the MSQ is there. Which I'm sure they are, but still, being in the moment with them is nice. And it might be a little weird to hear me say that right after like every time they pop up on the map I go, side quests, no. The voice of Vara's on the radio is interesting, though. Obviously, my brain is full of Twitter headcanons, so I know that there's the whole Anima thing out here somewhere, and then you think Anima, and you think, oh, Seymour and his mom, and now they're like, hey, Xenos' dad is calling to us on the radio. So the first thing that pops into your head is like, is that connected? Thanks for the Mika Bobs. Commentary on what just happened to Manolane? Nope. Not even thinking about it anymore. Classic Manolane. Perpetually perturbed Maelstrom officer. God, that should be my title. 42nd year from, let's see, 42. I probably don't even have to write this down, but then 1513 and 1515 were big years. Write that down. I'm sure even if I guessed wrong, they'd just be like, no, that's not it. Easy peasy. Good? We good. Oh, they're gonna make me explain it. Okay, great.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, Even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
That's Brutus?
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Going on there. Okay, so despite the really nice clothes, he doesn't seem to be Nerva related, or at least a subordinate rather than a family member. The discussion about what happened in Garlemald deliberately used the word dream. So go back to the anima theories and the dreamer Zeno spoke of. That was one of the ones that like came together within minutes of the ending of the patch. It all seemed very convenient with like the roar, the dreamer, the new, but like it doesn't have to be that. It's just the one that's been giving me brainworms. With the attitude he's had so far, he's probably not gonna like that we elected not to tell him we were the champion of Eorzea. Just random void sent out in the middle of Garlemald too. Oh. Go away, Frost Giant. Got stuff to do. Oh, Carlamald. Found it. Interesting tires. Where is that ether current? Aha. Straight north. Oh, the squiggly boys. Hey, Rocco. Yeah, I figured after 9 hours of sitting in queue, I should at least get, like, some content in, right? How well do you remember the spot that I'm at right now, Rocco? I'm with the blue-haired boy and we're marching north. Is your memory good enough to determine, let's say I was going to get to the next, like, sensible place to make a cutoff point and then declare it Napa Clock? Do you know, like, how far away from here that would be and whether I should do it before or after the dungeon? Because I assume at some point soon there's a dungeon. There's an etherite here, but there's not. Alright, guess we'll worry about it later. Ah. Ongoing comical levels of overlap between Garlemald and Grallia. I spent that whole quest with the sisters convinced that some Teslean shit was about to happen, and it was just sad. This place is pretty cool. Talk to everybody before I start the thing, though. Cool. They're all just gonna ignore me. Okay. Wow, even the Aetheryte won't talk to me. The hell? Opposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Not who I expected.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I like Garlemald to me was originally the human element of this game, whereas the Ascians were kind of the supernatural element of this game. I saw them as the classic Final Fantasy versus the new Final Fantasy, the black and white, good and evil versus the political and subtle and all that other kind of stuff. So I was really bitter for a while when they just made Emmett Selk an Ascian, the founder of Garlemald. It was just all one big machination, his clockwork toy chest. And it seemed to merge them in a very rushed way to me. This guy, I like this guy. This guy represents more of what I wanted from Garlemald, which was, if you have the context of their point of view, it makes sense, even if from the context of your point of view, it's not that great. So everything he just said makes sense to me, but he also like thought Solus and Varus had a lot in common and were the same, because he doesn't have that information. So yeah, I like him. Garlemald is millions of people and they can't all suck. And we can disagree with a lot of what he just said, but he does remind me a lot of a character, like a character you might find in something Matsuno-san wrote. He seems very 12-ish. I'd take him. Especially because, like, with the news that that they had disappeared from the front, I figured Nerva was the guy we'd be coming here to meet. So this guy's kind of a pleasant surprise. Aetheryte willing to talk to me yet? No. Boo. If those crying emotes are because you are not able to talk with the others, if you click the Discord link below this video and just like pop in and say, "Hi, I'd like to talk," I will like just let me know it's you and I will give you permission to talk. The only reason we've got it blocked right now is because I just want to avoid like run by spoilers. I'm also kind of surprised that the collars ended up just being shot collars. I was expecting some battle royale shit. Aetheryte? Nope. Okay. I guess we gotta win the Aetheryte's trust. Oh, it's deactivated. Oh, wait. We use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit. That's cool. It's a very strange piece of lore, just like a radio accidentally prevented people from being tempered. I do love these radios. They feel like something out of BioShock. There's just something very eerie about them. And I love that they play like a spooky lounge version of the Empire theme. Now that you mention it, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the radio lore either, because I thought that the, actually, it could still be true. I thought the talismans only prevented the tempering from the towers, and not all primals. You'd think if these radios were just coincidentally able to block tempering, that there would have been more. There would have been something more around the world. Like that, like how convenient is it that the one thing that can stop it happens to appear at this juncture in the story 5 minutes after we get Angelo going. Like it's all so convenient. It feels very, very contrived. Like what is the probability that we would have this entire history of the Sixth Astral Era and the entire game we've played with no hope for tempering? And all over the world, there was just this one thing? I don't know. Hey, cool. Someone was at the Praetorium. But you were trespassing on my country. Don't talk to me like that. Like, y'all threw up that... Do you know where that castrum was? Because it wasn't here. So yeah, the radio does feel super contrived. Yeah, the fact Gaius didn't come with us made me a little sad. I did want to hear that 1.0 speech again. This was like the perfect time to give it. Like it all. Not that he didn't raise some good points. Hey, Blah. What's up? Did we lose buffs? What are we doing losing buffs at 5 in the morning? Let's see here. Inactive. Those two reduced rates in heat of battle, I guess. If you're still on when Ariani gets on, let him know I'm sorry I took his gerb. I can't believe you used Twitch chat to ask for that. All set, man. You may need to refresh the window that we're in though. Have a good nap, Rocco. Yeah, I have no idea where I'm going to end this episode. The other ones, they felt like they had the natural stop point. This one feels like we're still trucking towards something. I'm actually really enjoying the story so far. They've done really good at subverting my expectations without doing any of this stuff that I thought would be like forced or problematic so far. I really liked the Amon twist because we all expected something more from that whole thing back in 2.0, and playing his oddities off of Van Daniels made me really happy. Especially because I feel like after Shadowbringers we focused so much on the Ancients, and we used to blame everything on the Allagons. So What do we know about Amon so far? Right now, very little. We know Fandaniel is Amon. And that's about it. Amon put a bull's head on a dude once. It doesn't look like Fandaniel fully accepts the identity of Fandaniel, that he still accepts the identity of Amon a little more. Which makes me wonder if it makes him immune to the tempering, but we're not there yet. I thought we meant so far in this story, like, so far we know a lot about Amon in terms of his resurrecting Xande and putting a bunch of dog heads on a court rival because she didn't like them. They did change Fandaniel's voice. There was actually a scene where the old voice and the new voice were blending together, and then it used the new voice for a little bit, and then it used the old voice for a little bit, and now it's using the new voice again. And I'm thinking that's probably supposed to be a hint. Some like alter ego shenanigans going on here. Maybe. I feel like the changing of the voice has to have some heavy plot implications. Just because Asahi's voice was so perfectly punchable for what they wanted him to be, so there has to be some deeper implication here. At least, that's my suspicion. Yeah, Yoshida was talking about it, and it sounded like everyone was so sure that we'd be going to Garlemald and so sure of the way we'd be going to Garlemald and what we'd find there that he just subverted our expectations, because where's the fun in that? So we destroyed Garlemald. And now half the fan base is expecting Garlean restoration quests of some area at some point. I mean, even I anticipated a moment a little like in 12 when you actually get to just wander around Arcades. And housing. Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, the champion among cerulean tanks, or this champion among cerulean tanks would surely deserve one. God, I love item descriptions. What, did you have a hard time finding this cerulean tank, Rockle? Rockle here is the only person we've met so far who sold 3 out of 3 fish.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
You get to see Thancred being all reconnaissance.
After you left the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
We are on Primal Data Center Excalibur server.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
I'm always being watched. By at least Midgardsormr. Not a multitude of other things.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
I'm glad they're taking kind of a slow and steady pace to building sympathy here. I think it would be a little disingenuous if we got here and they just didn't suck at all, ever. So seeing this, like, side of them where there is a stubborn distrust and there is a stubborn projection of half the stuff they accuse us of, and that some of it is clearly misguided. That's nice. The radio is very eerie. I'm a big fan. I hope it's on the soundtrack. Thing is, as long as Quintus is still alive, I don't know how we're gonna power this thing up. Something's gotta go wrong with them. This particular video is definitely going to be longer than anticipated. Wait, did you really say, like, stop at the colors? I remember you saying, like, in a quest or two, but I didn't really know what that meant. How long do I have before another sensible stopping point? How bad did I screw myself over?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics.
What about my anxiety flower?
A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
I like these guys.
Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Damn.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
But we didn't hear a gunshot.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Just saying, someone's gonna turn that aetherite on. Oh, we did it! Cool character. That's cool. It was like an unexpected path for what I anticipated coming in, but I like it. I like it a lot. I think this actually feels like a natural stopping point for today. What do you think, Rockall? Is this an okay stopping point? Or am I going to regret this when I pick up the flow tomorrow? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, this feels like a good narrative, like, scene turn to stop one video and pick up another. So I'm gonna declare it nap o'clock. It is currently 5:41 a.m. That was a 4-hour and 33-minute video. That was a really good run. I am a big fan of Quintus. I was expecting to just hook up with Nerva and start building our combined alliance, and that is not what happened at all. This was much cooler. We got to see Garlemald continue to be stubborn in a different way, and we got to bring back in kind of that human, the human element that I loved about them so much. Yeah, Quintus was awesome. That was good. I like that. So I have a feeling that means there's a curveball coming up pretty soon. But we're at this Aetheryte. We've got to go get that Aetheryte. We've got side quests to do, so I have a feeling that that'll be a good way to get the flow going tomorrow, is we'll just pop in, do these side quests, pick up that Aetheryte, and then I'm sure something's going to come sideways at us. I'm also very curious about the 10th, because Anima's from 10, and we're just talking about that. Like, there's never been a 1-1 correlation between everything, but it feels like more than nothing. So thank you to everybody who stuck around and hung out for a little while with me. Again, I'm going to say this every single video. I expected to be doing this just alone and churning them out to YouTube, and the fact that there's people hanging out and typing is a very pleasant surprise. So thank you so much for the company. You've made this a completely different experience than I expected. The 10th will give you Blitzball. God. Okay, I predicted Blitzball in every expansion until now, and it just never showed up. I thought for sure it was going to be in Thavnair one day. But yeah, that was a good ride. Really liked Quintus. That was awesome. So we will pick back up tomorrow, hopefully, assuming I can beat the worst enemy of them all, the Q. And if not, we will maybe be 2 days, but thank you again, and I'll see you there. It's been a great night.